this again. Audio check for YouTube. Okay, YouTube audio check. YouTube audio check. Okay, let's try it again. YouTube audio check. Sorry, folks. In and out of the stream. There we go. Alright, we're live now vocally, so God, how embarrassing was that? Okay. OBS failure. Nice. So let's continue on, shall we? Apologize for that interrupt in the stream. And let's continue on with the flow. ADIR's on. Thrust ASIM on. Electrical on. Everything looks good here. Let's move up to the next flow. Actually, we can start the APU now. Let's do that. Let's get it running so we can disconnect rack. Normally we do that later. emergency lights armed. Window heat. Do not touch this. This throws the ram air turbine down underneath the plane. Hydraulics. Seatbelt sign on. Film light on. Let's put the beacon on. Next flow. Fuel pumps. Let's go ahead and set up now with SimBrief and set the fuel and see what happens. Oh, this is even better. Tablet failed to initialize. That means we got to go all the way back the hell out. Alright, so we're going to get a cold and dark start from the beginning here. This is just freaking wonderful. All kinds of failures on the stream. Great. Well, this is an unfucking believable way to start this whole stream. I wonder if I have to redo the flight plan too. Well, I already filed the flight plan. We have a flight plan filed with SimBrief, so let's go ahead and let's go back to scratch. Alright, all systems are down now. Still at the same gate, still connected on GPU, so let's get this going again. Let's wait for the computer to come up. Thank God that works. I had 3008 on the altimeter. Okay, good. Now freeze. Let's freeze. Let's have some more technical difficulties today. Computers are fighting to come up. There we go. I had a rough start today, folks, but here we go. 3008 on the altimeter. Right there. We're not ready to set up the upstairs yet. Landing altitude. Thrust ASIM is on. It wasn't on. Now it's on. Nothing on recall. Okay, we're ready for route. Don't really need to do this, but we'll do it anyway. There's our sim brief route. Set payload. Set fuel. Looks good. Route uplink. Perf init. 0 fuel weight. Verified. Accept. Let's do the wind request now. May not want to give it to us yet. Let's calculate performance. Let's get our runway while we're at it.
Kennedy Ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er with Sierra request taxi for takeoff west departure.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er taxi to and hold short of runway 13 right using taxiway Hotel Bravo Alpha Quebec November Papa Papa Foxtrot. Contact tower on 123.9er when ready.
They gave us 13 right.
Taxiing hold short runway 13 right using taxiway Hotel Bravo Alpha Quebec November Papa Papa Foxtrot ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
So, thrust limitations. TO2 as expected. Takeoff. CG set. 29.7. Flaps 5. Trim set to 4 3/4. Notice this is how you set your trim. When you go through the training videos on this, nobody ever tells you how to set this trim. Here it is. It will move this bar. Now we're going to go to in between 4.5 and 5. That's 5. So right in there. Come on. Right there is good. So it took me a while to figure that out. This is down. Alright, so trim is set. Speeds will not be set yet. Well, we can go to page 2. Runway wind. 80 at 15 was 17. 80 at 15. That's 15 degrees, 15 knots at 80 degrees. Slope is 0. Looks good. Now we won't get these until we do departure and arrival. So we're going to take D's today, I believe. Let's go find out. I open up SimBrief, it's going to take up the whole screen. Unless I move it. Okay. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I gotta kill it. Well, ATC's good there. Let's get SimBrief off the screen. Wonderful. Yep, D's 2, D's 5. D's 5 and Angelina. Just minimize it and put it up here. So, departure. Thirteen right. D's 5. Execute. Index. LAX. I want 25 right. Angelina. With Hackman. hate the way that SimBrief acts. We'll check it later. I think it's Hackman. Okay, good. Now, we can go back. Trim is set. So now let's verify our V speeds. 57, 61, and 65. 57, 61, and 65. Takeoff speed rotate at 161. And V2 is going to be 165. Verify that. 57, 61, and 65. Yep, that is correct. So we're good to go there. Let's look at page 2 again just for the hell of it. All right, outside air temperature. 17. Where was that? Right here. Nobody on the stream so far, but anyways, if you do join, please chat. Feel free to chat on YouTube or Twitch. Like, share, follow, subscribe, and all that good stuff, please. Al B. Simmer on Twitch, AlBlock7267 on YouTube. Takeoff speed's deleted. I wonder why. Why did it delete? 57, 61, 65. Well, I have to redo this. It is critical. Alright, so that's our takeoff ref. Now let's go back to the next page. Looks good. I think it's because we inserted the outside air temperature. Right, back to index. Gonna set the approach. The approach. Now let's go to the winds. Requesting wind. Interesting. You gotta go from FMC. And I believe we're all set. Who the hell knows? Alright, LAX. We're going to get our fix rings set. We're going to go at 15. 15. $30. Nope, it was like 30 either. Wonder why. That doesn't even like 20. What? Crazy. That's the first time it's ever done that. That's interesting. Okay, so we're set at 10, 50, and 100 miles out. So 100 miles out will probably be somewhere around our top of the set. Let's go check out the legs here now. So we have vectors up front, and we're going to delete that. I don't want vectors today. I don't want vectors or victors. What's your vector, Victor? Roger, Roger. Co-pilot dog passed out right next to me. There's another disco. Getting rid of all the discos. So Fogel will be our ILS entry, and let's check that. Right? Pin is set. There's Fogel at 1900. So our waypoints on the way in: Shell, Fault, Busick, Jerpy, TAN, Lycom, Seaview. Now we can check that, see if it looks right. Doesn't quite look right. And that I wonder why. Okay, we'll figure that out on route. Transition at 18,000. Take off at 161. Transition altitude 18,000, and we'll get a runway heading. says 134. Oh, let's go the other way. Probably faster. That's all set. Let's set up the flare shield. Flight director's on. Auto thrust on. Armed. VNAV armed. LNAV armed. Flight director armed. And we're going to set this to... Let's have a look at the fuel real quick. Yeah, nothing in the middle. Take it off of fuel, go to flight control. Flight control display, we'll leave that up because we're going to be using that next. And we're all set up here. Rejected takeoff, RTO. Now let's go ahead and get the jetway connected now. We're going to push back to the right. Well, don't lock up on me now. Serious? Request jetway. Yeah, it's locking up. Okay. Door management. Door number 2 open. What's behind door number 2? We have boarding. Let's go ahead and see if we can disconnect APU now. I believe we can. I don't show it running. Interesting. APU start. There we go. Or could you go on the APU? So we can disconnect. Release a jetway. Close the door. Arm the door. Remove the chocks. And let's get back to ATC.
Kennedy Ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 are requesting pushback.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er pushback request accepted.
Start engine 2. Everything firing up.
Kennedy Ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 are requesting pushback tug to steer the aircraft to the right.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, your request has been transmitted to the operator.
Engine 2 start. Engine 1 start. That's a pretty clean pushback.
Kennedy Ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 are requesting the end of pushback.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er request to end pushback received.
Let's set the park brakes. Now let's bring up some checklists. That's an interesting checklist message. Let's move past it. Check the flight controls. Equipment is clear. All good. Set the speed brake. Flaps to 5. And you can see that right there. So we can go in flight controls. And menu is complete. Flaps set to 5. And okay folks, we are ready to taxi out. Park brake released. She's a beast. That's not good. That's the OBS created. OBS issue. I run OBS and the sim at the same time. Sometimes that happens. Embarrassing. Fairly long taxi out. Well, this stream is chock full of technical errors today. Nobody on the chat, so no big deal. Sniffles. Pretty crappy day at JFK, so we're gonna have a 5-hour and 45-minute flight, I believe. Cabin crew prepare for departure. APU is running, we can turn that off. Speed brake armed, cabin ready, doors on auto, looking good there. Checklist is good. Long taxi out of JFK. That is not the runway I requested. But at least it's not one of those Le Mans style taxis in Europe like Madrid. Holy shit. Like 45 S-turns to get out to the middle of nowhere. I'm never flying back to that piece of shit airport. Fuck Madrid. I think we'll do a long haul flight to Cebu. That'll be 14 hours. We'll have to start out at 6 in the morning. Come back after dinner. Six in the morning to 8 at night, or 8 in the morning till 10 at night. Yeah, we'll do a Cebu flight. I can find a PAL livery. Alright, welcome tubers, welcome twitchers if you're out there. If you're not, oh well, you're missing out. This will be a 5 hour 45 minute block time from JFK to LAX. On board the British Airways livery Boeing 777ER. This is about my 5th or 6th flight with it. Starting to get used to it a little bit. Pretty similar to the 737-8. Not a whole lot of difference, except for the overhead. And so 5 hours and 45. Be arriving in LA around 4 o'clock. Somewhere in that range. We'll be cruising at 38,000 feet. Transition altitude is 18,000 currently. We'll be taking the D's, DEZ5 departure path. Coming in on Angelina and Hackman. LAX. Buckle up, enjoy the flight. In-flight movies are no charge today. Well, you really got to overcompensate with the 777. It's so good. Alright, let's get some clearance.
Kennedy Tower ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er at runway 13 right ready for departure west departure.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er wind 13 at 15. Departure to the west approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 13 right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 13 right ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
Alright folks, let's roll out. I think we need this whole runway to have a full boat. And let's activate Toga. Positive rate, gear up.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, continue for west departure.
Flaps to 1.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, leading light airspace frequency change approved.
Kennedy Tower ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er frequency change.
Flaps to 0. I'm probably early on that. Oh, we're good. All good there. Tracking nicely. Let's start the clock. 28. About 2,300 will be in. Somewhere in that range. Let's check our restrictions here. So we get to D's, and we'll take it on. Our path pretty nicely. There's a Long Island Sound. There's Long Island. Long Island. If you're from New York, you have to say it like that. Long Island. Long Island. I'm making a left turn somewhere over Connecticut and heading back down through New York, upstate, kind of, and be after the Hudson. Here's the Hudson. I believe this is Rockland County right here. The West Point. I'll try to give the sightseeing things. Folks, if you look out your left-hand window, you'll see nothing but clouds. Volumetric clouds are looking pretty nice today. I don't think the PMDG gives us any window views. Let's see. Ah, it does. Nice. Little turbulencio. I like 2 and 3 the best. D's is in 3 miles. We can set now. Fire level 380. Let's check that out in our 360. Interesting. thought I could get to 38,000 in this. Apparently not. Big turn. Ah, we missed the turn. Okay, well, okay. For those of you who are watching, you saw it. One and two are a little more quiet. We'll keep it on 1 and 2. As we're climbing to altitude now. So far so smooth on the flight. I'm grateful for that. No errors on the recap. Speed brake off. Little turn action going on. That's a nice view off the wing. That's a nice view off the wing. A little bit quieter in the cabin. We won't see any traffic. I have AI traffic set to off. We can adjust the heading now. 265, just to stay on top of it. It's a co-pilot function. We can also set our altimeter to standard. Interesting, I turned the RTO off by itself. Okay, so yeah, we'll be using 3 on auto brake when we land to get that set up in advance. Let's take a look at our charts and see what the barrel is in LA. .304 is our decision altitude. Now let's get that set right now. 304. realize the runway was that high. Well, it's not. It's actually 104. There's our barrow setting. We can, if we want to, also check the LAX altimeter. A couple of ways of checking that. And a performance tool. Currently it's 30:05 in LA. Altimeter. We can dial it in if we want, just to get close. We're almost approaching altitude. I've never been this high before. Sorry about the on-screen camera changes. That's just the way I have it set up here right now. Yeah, YouTube's looking pretty good. Watch it in 1080, it's really good. Oh, looks like we have a nice little turn. Oh, I guess we don't. It must be a VOR line. Still on heading 265. As you can see here, auto thrust is set. Autopilot 1 is engaged. LNAV, VNAV engaged. Heading set. Altitude set for 37,370. Autopilot is engaged there. Checklist is set up in the middle. We can check the engine if we want. Engine pressures are all looking good. 370 is our flight level coming up. Here's top of climb. You can see we will achieve that. And we can come back here. Let's see how far we are from top of climb. Six miles at top of climb. pretty quick right there. The engine functions on this. Just check some stuff. Let's check the electric. You can see it throttle back automatically. Electrics are all working pretty good. Hydraulics all functioning perfectly. Fuel. £88,000. Air flowing nicely. Doors secure. And arm. Landing gear stowed. And the air pressures all look good. Flight control is functioning normally. Communications. That's pretty cool. Never saw these screens. That's kind of cool. Move the tablet right there. So there's our altimeter in LAX. Calculate the running or the landing on 25 right. So we'll be rolling out to about halfway down the runway. 148 will be our entry speed. Oh, we're good. So we've got time to just relax now. Looks like we're in the process of turning. We are cruising at 37,000 right now. With quite a ways to go. Let's have a look and see where we are above the clouds. Well, that doesn't tell us much, but we're somewhere over New York. I guess that's the New York border. Okay, we'll just keep that up on screen. Alright folks, enjoy your flight. We'll go ahead and we'll switch this over. It's going to be a long flight today, so pop in and pop out if you want to. If not, I'm going to be exiting for breakfast break. In fact, I'm past due for that. So enjoy. I'm going to put this on window cam. Just a better angle. I think that's a little better angle right there. Maybe the other side. Should check in with ATC.
New York Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er is type Boeing 6 miles southeast of Kilo Sierra Echo Golf flight level 370. Request flight following.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er New York Center. Squawk 0251.
Squawk 0251 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er radar contact 4 miles south of Kilo Sierra Echo Golf flight level 370.
Roger ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er contact New York Center on 124.9er. Good day.
That's what happens when you request flight following.
Going to 124.9er ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. New York Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er flight level 370.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er New York Center radar contact continue. ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er contact New York Center on 134.8. Good day.
Going to 134.8 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
Okay, we're going to leave it off for now. Okay, folks. I'm going to go take a little breakfast break while you enjoy the view out of the window. Again, this is Al B. Simmer on Twitch. AlBlock7267 on YouTube. And we have a bot on the chat. So screw that bot, I'll delete the bot in a minute. Anyways, back to the plan here, flying from JFK to LAX. They got about another 4 hours to go, so enjoy this if you want to. Just relax, listen to the white noise, fall asleep, because that's what I'm going to do after I eat, and enjoy that. Okay, streaming to you live again after lunch. Somewhere on the way to LA. I'll check that in a moment. Something, giving my dog his treats. Nothing in the chat except for some spam. Okay, YouTube audio is working good. Let's see where we are. Oh. Well, I'll be darned. That looks like Lake Michigan. Close to Chicago. Close to Chicago. Let's see. We can't see KORD there. Alright, we're not going to be able to see that. But, okay, so that's where we are. Not far from Chicago. I don't know why it's taking this route. That's an interesting deal. Dog wants my Reese's pretzels. Oh, I was muted. Yeah, we're somewhere southeast of Chicago. That's what I was saying while you guys weren't hearing me. Wow. Big sneeze. Old Saku in Tulsa. I don't know how you pronounce that name. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the screen. You're the only one in here except for a bot, which I'm trying to ban. Welcome aboard 777 ER flight from JFK to LAX. 37,000 feet currently in the Chicago area. Chat screen is really small. I can barely see it. And I'm guessing that you're chatting from Twitch. Let me have a look at Twitch real quick. Welcome Twitch streamers and YouTubers, Twitchers and tubers. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go grab my iPad. Okay, interesting. So you only hear the airplane. I can make myself louder, but I'm pretty maxed. How's that? Is that any better? I have all kinds of audio problems with OBS. Cool. Okay, so good. Any questions you have about the flight? Where are you on Twitch? What's going on? Thanks for joining, by the way. I don't usually get a whole lot of people on here. You're probably one of the first ones. And I've been streaming for a long time, so welcome aboard. Yeah, I'm assuming you're a Twitch follower. Please like, share, and follow, and subscribe if you could. That'd be great. And pass a word around. Basically, this is PMDG 777 ER flight, MSFS 2020, 37,000 feet. I do a cold and dark startup. I do all of this stuff all the way through the flight. But this is a long haul. It's like a 5-hour flight, so it's kind of boring. I could show outside scenes and stuff. And 2020 is pretty good actually. And we've got some other camera angles we can do, but I can't get these off the screen like this. There's engine view, external cockpit. Yeah, I just usually go to sleep during these flights. I set it on autopilot, and not a whole lot of people joining in so I just kind of pass out with my dog. Well, welcome aboard. I guess I'm going to call you Toll. And where are you from? Ah, from Italy. Ah, good. So I guess I'm happy to see that I have some people from around the world watching. Thanks for watching. If you follow flight simulators, once you're in a flight like this in the middle of nowhere, it's not a lot going on in the flight. It's the beginning and the end of the flight that are the most interesting. And you know, I go through all of the settings and stuff. Cold and dark. And I fly 737-800 plus Airbus A320 Phoenix. I usually read. Okay. Actually, really great to see somebody on the chat. There's usually not a whole lot of people on this chat because I'm just getting started. And you are on Twitch, correct? Cool. So Twitch follower, great. Love to hear that. Al B. Simmer is my call out on Twitch. Like I said, please like, share, and follow this stuff. So I'm trying to build it up, and it's been taking a long time. But anyways, if you have questions about the simulator, feel free to ask. And it's pretty real world. Okay, this is the PMDG version, and it's pretty realistic. It's almost study, I would say close to study level, if not study level. So yeah, I can make this go away. I can put this over here where it's supposed to be. And you can see the more instrumentation. So we're cruising along. Currently, we're at IOW. Favorite routes to fly. Well, I've been flying this a lot lately. This is like my 6th or 7th flight on this 777 in the last week or two. And with this is for long flights. So I've done LA to London. I've done JFK to London. I did JFK to Madrid the other night, and that was horrible. Just a crappy airport. And but my normal routes, my favorite routes are on the west coast of California, USA, California. So LA to San Francisco, I fly that a lot. I fly LA to Hawaii quite a bit, and JFK to LA, which is what this run is. Portland to San Diego. Okay, so you've been on you've been on the west coast. That's cool. Yeah, I like Seattle to LA. That's a nice run. I use the American Airlines livery when I'm doing that. You can see this one is British Airways, so I can pick the livery. Used to live in San Diego. Graduated from high school there. So I'm broadcasting today from the California desert near Palm Springs. And it's pretty windy here today, probably about 15 to 20 mile an hour winds with a lot of dust. Temperatures dropped. Last week it was 104, now it's about 85, so that's pretty good. But really, thanks for joining. Toll, I'm going to call you Toll because I can't pronounce the whole thing. Tulsakun? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. What's it like in Italy? Everyone says it's horrible. Yeah, it's not bad here. It's just remote. Where I'm at is literally the very fringes of the LA basin, in between LA and Phoenix. So my particular dwelling is right on the edge of total desolation. So it gets hot in the summer for 3 months, but I have a swimming pool, so that's okay. And most of the rest of the year, except for the 2 windy months, it's perfect weather. Tons of palm trees, lots of golf courses. It's pretty amazing. Sunshine has no shortage here. Sunny in Italy. Which part of Italy? Yeah, I told my favorite planes are the ones I fly. I fly the for the most part, on the airlines, I'll fly the Phoenix A320 outside of Roma. Cool. So you were there for the new Pope. Yeah, A320 Phoenix, Boeing 737-800, and 777ER. Okay, that's okay. You're not Christian. That's fine. I would have gone anyways. I'm not Christian either, but I would have gone anyways just to see it if I was there. I've never been to Rome. Actually, I've never been to Europe either. Really want to go to Liverpool in England. That's one of my goals. Anyways, here we are in the cockpit of the 777. Let's actually change that center screen to something else. See what else is going on in here. There's our systems display. Electrical panel, hydraulics panel. You can check our fuel right now. There's our fuel quantity. See, we have 65,000 pounds of fuel left for this flight, which is more than enough. Yeah, summer in Europe, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty. Summer in Italy, particularly. I've heard that Venice is really not a good place to go to because it's kind of smelly. Is that true? Alright, do you fly Flight Simulator? 767, okay. Venice is a tourist attraction, I get it. Are you on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 or 24? Very cool having somebody in the chat. I appreciate your being here, by the way. You fly both. Yeah, I've kind of put 2024 on hold. It doesn't perform very well for me. We got auto brake set to 3. You fly 767s in the flight sim. That's great. I don't usually go by the on this particular aircraft, on the 777, I don't go by the actual pilot flow. I kind of just do my own flow. But on the 737s, I do go through a whole cold and dark startup with pilot flow, flight planning, and the whole shebang. So this one here, I just use SimBrief for navigation and set my course and go through the flow roughly and follow the checklists and go. So you can bring up the checklist over here. In fact, I'll do that because we're not near needing it yet, but here's the checklist flows. So, pre-flight. Next one will be descent. I can check a couple of these off because I've already kind of done it. Auto brake's already set. Landing data's already in. I'll check that too. You can see here now the checklist is complete. It's a good idea to follow the checklist. Full sim mode, okay. VR. And do you broadcast, do you do any streaming? Alright, Toll, I got you on my iPad now. It's a little easier for me to see. So you know what you're doing. You don't have any questions about any of this stuff. That's cool. Because I'm not really the greatest teacher in the world. Although a lot of times I do instructional. Like when I do a cold and dark startup, I'll go very slowly and show what I'm doing. I had to assimilate everything I do just from watching YouTube videos and stuff. Plus, I follow Flight Streamer on YouTube. I don't know if you follow Flight Streamer, but that guy is really good. He's very informative, and he'll take the time to answer your questions. I've been following him for so long that he just, you know, responds to me during his stream. Sometimes on this stream, we'll also do some live music. I don't know if you can see behind, but this is actually also a recording studio. So there's everything in here. Drums, guitars, keyboards, the whole shebang. And I'll sometimes play my original music along with the stream. And sometimes I'll jam along with the original music. Oh, it's mostly rock and country rock. I could bring up some of the music, but it might affect the frame rate. So, hot sunny day in Roma today. Where are we currently? That's a good question. Let's take a look. I can probably go to my iPad and do that and figure it out. Let's do it this way. Oh, shoot. Don't do that. I guess I could do that. Let's see. We are... getting ready to head into Iowa. On the track. Just past Chicago. Chicago's in here. Took off from JFK about an hour and a half or so ago. And that's where we currently are. Here's the path. So we're about almost halfway. So we're supposed to arrive at 2200. So almost 3 hours. 3 hours left to go. I'm figuring top of descent is going to be somewhere around Smash, I think. Shatner. Then Smash, so top of December will be right around Smash. And what's interesting is the names coming into LA. They're all like named after actors. Oops. Keep on flipping the wrong buttons. If you notice that some of these, I can't get the right angle here. There we go. Hackman, Gene Hackman, William Shatner. Not sure what Smash. Oh, Smash is MASH. Sally. Could be Sally Struthers, Jackie Gleason, Angelina Jolie, James Caan, Peter Boyle. Circus. There's a Fog Upon LA. That famous Beatles song. Complicated music. Okay. Good. Everybody has their own musical taste. Good to honor your ancestry, that's for sure. Yeah, it's a cool feature on the 777. You can actually put the EFB pad right here. And then to move it, you just touch it on the positioning. To get it back here, click on the 777 area. I like complicated music too, but the complicated music I listen to is more jazzy, like Steely Dan and stuff like that. Well, I wouldn't know what a real life pilot does. They probably are constantly checking gauges and stuff. I'm not a real life pilot. I have friends that are real life pilots, and I have friends that are Boeing engineers, but probably when there's a full flight crew, there's one guy watching stuff and the other guy's taking a nap. Once you're set on autopilot, it's pretty low maintenance, but the Boeings do require a lot of attention on takeoff and landing, a lot more than the Airbus. The Airbus is far simpler to land. Favorite sports? Yeah, I golf. I live on a golf course. Golf and my dog. Swim quite a bit. Ride the bike quite a bit. But mostly golf. What about you? Well, that's interesting. Zoom in and out from OBS. That's really cool. I didn't know I could do that. Kendo. So like martial arts. So I just found out that I can zoom in either on screen or on OBS. That's pretty interesting. Oh wow, Samurai on a national team. I didn't know that was a I didn't know that they had national teams for that Samurai stuff. So like Blade Samurai. Wow. Interesting. Very cool. That requires a lot of skill, I would imagine. Especially if you're on a national team. That's pretty wild. Yeah, I can see your team picture here on my iPad. Which one are you on the team picture? Okay. That's a senior team. Okay. That's got to be fun and interesting. Very cool. Welcome aboard again, Joel. I appreciate you being here. And nice to have somebody in the chat room. Yep, it's all about respect, that's for sure. That is for sure. Pretty much everything in life is all about respect. Let's check our heading here. Oops. 261. Okay, so we've moved a little bit. I like to keep the heading adjusted. That's a cool angle. Flying over the states, flying over the heartland. They call flyover country. Yeah. Well, like I said, I appreciate that, by the way, as far as how I do the flight simulator. I kind of follow the guy named Flight Streamer. You may want to look him up too. Flight Streamer's on Twitch and YouTube. And he's all about going through the process. So when I do a stream, normally I start out going through the whole startup process. Because when I was learning how to do it, there wasn't a lot of people showing that. So thanks for saying that about my stream. Please like it and share it and follow it if you could. That would be great. I mean, the long flights are kind of boring. There's not much to do on these, and so I understand why those guys do that. Why they jump around and why they do all the gaming stuff. Because a lot of people think this is a game, and it is. But there's a whole, obviously, if you do the 767, it's a whole sim community. So I have Discord for PMDG and Phoenix, and those are all study level guys. I mean, if you get stuck in the process, you go on the Discord, they'll tell you what to do. And again, I'm not a pilot, but I like to think that if I was on a flight somewhere and something happened, I would probably know pretty much what to do. Not that they would let me, but I would. Yeah, how often do I stream? Well, I stream about once or twice a month now, only because nobody's been watching. So, and it's been busy lately, but sometimes once or twice a week, sometimes a little bit more. Usually during the daytime, in Pacific Coast time. If I had a following, I would do it more, but for the most part, I'm just I'm out there whenever I can. It's all about the takeoff and the landing. So until you stream on, or you play on 2020 and 2024, is that on PC, Xbox? What are you using? PC, good. And you know how to do cold and dark, or do you just start on the runway? How do you do it? Full start. Okay, so you do the whole thing. You know everything about it then. Cool. You probably know more than I do. Now, which 767 model are you using? Is it the one that's resident in Flight Simulator, or is it an external mod? I've never tried the 767. I've done the 787. I like the 87s because it has the drop-down heads-up display. (767-3). Okay. But I mean, is that the Flight Simulator version, or is it an external external supplier? Oh, it's a mod. Okay. Yeah, this is PMDG's a mod. Phoenix as a mod. I don't like this. I don't like the onboard stuff you get from Flight Simulator. This is far better. I never did check my lights. God, I screwed up my lights on this. I didn't even turn them on. No, I didn't even turn them on. How stupid. Okay, let's see here. APU is off. Those guys are on. God, I never even turned my lights on. Well, that shows how good I am. Yeah, I've done that. I've done like Southern flights, a lot of them. You know, you can always request flights. If you want me to do a flight and you're a regular person that comes on the chat, you can request flights. In fact, if you want to request a flight at this time and set it up for another day, I'll do different flights. Yeah, California to Texas. I've done California. I've done LA to San Antonio. I've done LA to Dallas. Dallas is a screwy airport. Phoenix to San Diego, back and forth a few times. No, I've done a bunch of different stuff. I've picked different areas in terms of where I usually fly is U.S. and occasionally Europe. I like flying into Heathrow because it's pretty easy. It's not easy. It's got some interesting things about it. But I've flown into De Gaulle. Like I said, I did Madrid the other night. I didn't like Madrid because the European taxiways seem to be kind of like a Grand Prix racetrack. There's just like a million turns to get to your gate. It's just way too complicated on the taxiways, so it's kind of frustrating. But yeah, mostly USA and Europe. And then I do flights from LA to the Philippines, which is a really long haul. That's like 14 hours to Cebu or Manila. San Diego to La Paz. Where's La Paz? Oh, in Mexico. Yeah. I haven't tried that. I've gone LA to Cancun many times. Oh, I'll have to try that. Yeah, if you know some people on board here, if you share this with some other people, and then I'm happy to do flights, schedule flights. Sometimes I do the helicopter. The helicopters are hard to control, though. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. That's at the tip of the Gulf of California. That's Cabo San Lucas. Is that what you mean? Cabo? Yeah, Cabo. Yeah, my next door neighbor has a timeshare there. I like Cancun a lot. I go to Cancun quite a bit. And I've flown in there hundreds of times on the simulator. So, great having you on board. I appreciate your being on board today and chatting. It's so rare for me to have somebody in here. I hate to say it, but it's Not usually very many people following on this. There's a lot of good streamers out there though that have some pretty interesting stuff, but you know they do make it all about the show. They don't make it about the flight. But once you get established as a streamer and you have a regular group of people like the guy Flight Streamer does, then it gets pretty interesting. The conversations get pretty interesting in the chat. Okay, so you do leg flights. So, but do you do them right in a row? And how do you do your turnaround? You program your turnarounds in advance, or you do them while you're on the ground? I've never done that. So you start in Juneau or Fairbanks, and you program in your flight control computer. You program them in as you're flying, or you just land manually. You're following a track, I'm guessing. An OFP. Yeah, so you file your flight plan as you're in the air, or you set it up in the MCDU or the FMC. Interesting. I haven't tried that. So you don't set your destination, you just go. Oh, you said it. Okay. So you start out like from Juneau to Portland, and then you land in Portland, and then when you get there, you set up the next one. So what are you using? SimBrief? What's your navigation software? Little Navigraph, SimBrief. I think it's called Little Nav. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I just use SimBrief exclusively. SimBrief's a pain in the neck though, because when you put it up here, it takes up too much of the screen. There it is. I do all my flight planning on SimBrief. So you can view the flight plan, but if I open it up all the way, it just occupies too much of the screen. Yeah, my longest flights, LA to Cebu. So like 14 hours or something like that. 16 hours. Here's the current flight plan. And of course you can look at this in PDF form. I forget that, I'm not going to open up the PDF. I filed for 38,000 feet, but they only gave me 37,000. Here's the route. Took off runway 4 left. That was our departure route. Here's our arrival on 25 right. But I keep this kind of closed because it occupies too much of the screen. Wow, that's pretty long. So what? And you did that in the 767 non-stop? Greenland to South Africa. That's almost around the world. You did it in an F-18, unlimited gas, I'm guessing, and you did it fast. at 600 knots. So you set the fuel to unlimited. Yeah, when I do these, I calculate everything up. I let SimBrief do the calculations, though. Then you get it all in the performance tool. I'm sure, I don't know if you know how to do this or not, but you probably do. If you go into the EFB, you use the performance tool. And you calculate everything in here. Takeoff speeds are calculated, the runway length, runway wind, everything. You update the weather, and when you're landing, you go to en route, and if I import the weather now, it'll give me the current weather in LA in terms of the altimeter, and I do it in HG. So runway wind will be 230 at 11. Outside air temperature will be 18 degrees Celsius, and that's our altimeter for when I arrive at LA. Then you calculate. It gives you all your landing specs, but you can do everything in the performance. I'm sure you already know this, in the performance tool. And if you're doing it, I'm not sure whether you've done this enough to know all of this stuff or not, because I don't know you, but you probably have a lot of good insight that I don't know. I don't know how to fly the F-18 that well, all the instrumentation on it. But I know a bit about these at this point. Not everything, but let's have a peek outside. Well, that's interesting. All of this stuff is unmapped on the system. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that's just how it looks. Everything's in squares in the Midwest. Those are like farm parcels. Oh, you don't know the Airbus. Yeah, Airbus is pretty, once you get it down, it's pretty good. When I first started the Airbus, I crashed maybe 10 times trying to figure out how to get it off the ground. And then I started watching that YouTuber. Actually, he was a Facebook guy at that time, flight streamer, and he kind of told me how to go through it all. And then I figured it out. I got the manuals online, watched a bunch of YouTubes. Airbus is pretty simple compared to this. We're in Kansas. Let's see. Thanks for hanging in there that long. I appreciate you being with us on the flight today. Now we're coming into Nebraska. Right now we're not near Kansas. I think Kansas is next. Nebraska. So you're familiar with the states. So it's evening in Rome right now, I'm guessing. Oh, 10 p.m. 1:45 in the afternoon here in California. Oh, the course adjustment there. frame rate's looking pretty good today. It's pretty smooth. I got all my monitors on. Let me turn off one or two of them. If I turn the monitors off, I get better frame rate. No, I mean, they fly here, but I just had that livery set because I was flying, the last few days I was flying to London, so I didn't change it. But no, they're not mainland here, so I'm not really being accurate. British Airways does fly here, but I don't think they fly American routes like we're doing today. But don't quote me on that. I just had it all set up in my flight planner. I had British Airways chosen, and then when I started up today, I still had the livery set to British Airways, so that's why. Normally I would put this as American Airlines. That's what I usually fly. ALB 4409. And this one I think is BAW 4409. Let's see. Yeah, BAW 4409. That's my call numbers usually. You can see, let's open this up. That won't let me open it up. Yeah, I just had the flight plan already set up in SimBrief, and I left it British Airways. It's not, that's why. That's why I'm flying British today, because I was flying it yesterday and the day before, and I forgot to change it. I also forgot to turn my lights on when I taxied out, so I forget stuff. I'm sure if I was a real pilot, I'd catch a whole lot of crap for that. Why does the ground have so many squares? Well, it could be two things. So first of all, that's what the farmland looks like across, it looks like that across the middle United States. The landowners have parcels, and they kind of look like that, and they've always kind of been laid out in a square. Those are either that or the geophotography is not accurate, but I think that's really how it is. These are individual farm parcels, and yeah, they're squares, and so the streets go north and south forever, and east and west forever. This might be Avenue 44, and it goes on for like 60 miles. So yeah, I think that's pretty much how it is. You can notice how these are actual individuals. This is based on Google Maps. Well, let's look at these parcels down here. That's a pretty big farm complex right there. I don't know if you can see that, but That's probably like a cattle house, slaughterhouse or something. Maybe it's a grain processing. Yeah, across this in Nebraska, this is all farmland. These are farm parcels. As far as you can see, forever. Some of them are square. This is like out more in the rustic area. Okay, where are the Rockies? Well, the Rockies are going to be out this way. Rockies are going to be out here. Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, mostly Colorado. So we're getting into, yeah, we're in central Nebraska, that's why. So that's all farmland down there. So that's all farmland. Farm parcels. So this is, I don't know what that is. There's some river there. You can see they start taking different shapes and stuff. We're out in the Midwest. Farms just go forever and ever. In all directions. It's interesting how they're in squares though, you're right. Well, some of them are not just squares, some of them are rectangular, and some of them have circular. That's a watering system there, the circles. Where they have the sprinklers set up and they go in circles like that. Yeah, so a good portion of the central United States is farmland. Cattle, cows, and oil, and farms, and wheat, and corn, and it's huge. You can imagine it's over 3,000 miles from coast to coast. So the middle is like that, yeah. That's what they call flyover country. If you're listening to people speaking on TV and the news in the United States, they call this flyover country because the planes just fly over it. And yes, it's mostly farmland and industrial. There's a lot of industrial stuff going on. Steel, coal, a lot. And then the East Coast is mountainous. Well, if you've been there, got a lot of mountains. It's got a lot of flatlands. All along the coastline. There's beach all up and down the entire East Coast. New York, New Jersey, Virginia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, the Keys, and the Gulf Coast, which we now call the Gulf of America. That's all beaches all along that too. And then the West Coast, obviously you know about the West Coast. So yeah, but there's big cities all up and down both coasts. The middle is mostly farmland and industrial. 80% farmland. Once you start getting towards the west side of Texas, it becomes more desert terrain, southwestern desert terrain. Colorado River runs through, going north and south from Colorado to Mexico. And then shortly after the Colorado River is about maybe half an hour flight from the Colorado River, you hit the California border. And then it's about 200 miles from there to the coast. Yeah, I've been to the Rockies. It's a little too cold for me. Once you live in California, it's like living in the Mediterranean. It's the same. I've had my opportunities to leave California for lots of different reasons, but I'm still here. Without getting political. I won't get political about it. You're a mountain view. You climbed a Mount Blanc. France? My son's a climber. Every time I've been to the Rockies, it's been too cold for me. I've flown into Denver Airport a few times in real life, and it's too cold. I'm not crazy about it. I like the mountains though. The cool thing about living around LA is you can be on the beach in the morning and then take a 2-hour drive and you're on top of Big Bear Mountain skiing. Appalachia. Why would you think that's scary? What kind of myth is that? I'm not aware of any myth. Appalachia is on the East Coast, like in Virginia area, stuff like that. The Appalachians. Because of the movies. Every night is a horror movie. Nah, it's not like that. It's never like that in real life. Maybe in the old days it was kind of scary, but it's not. The U.S. is pretty civilized for the most part. It's not what you see on TV. It's not what you hear on radio. It's not what you see in the movies. The people are not like they say they are. The people are really cool. There's small factions and groups like there are in every country that are troublemakers, but that's everywhere. It's like we hear stuff about all different parts of the world. Like people tell me that it's not safe to go to Mexico, but I've been to Mexico many, many, many times, and there's no issues there. There may be issues, but it's rare. The North? No, the North isn't like that. Actually, the North is, once you get north of New York City, in between New York and Canada, it's all very rural area. Lots of mountains, lots of woods, thousands and thousands of lakes, green forests and trees forever. There are industrial areas in the cities. As you can imagine, there's lots of cities going up and down. Everywhere in the United States, there's lots of cities, but once you get outside the city areas, it's all pretty rustic, and the people are all really cool. Pretty rare that you run into people that are not cool. Yeah, the redwoods are amazing. Also, north of San Francisco, there's a place called the Muir Woods, M-U-I-R Woods. Take a look it up online. There are giant redwood sequoia trees there, and it's just north of the Golden Gate Bridge, maybe half an hour north of there. And that's an amazing thing to see, for sure. Muir Woods, M-U-I-R. Yeah, I've been to the redwoods. Redwoods are cool. Let's check out where we are. Yeah, we're still in Nebraska. Coming into Colorado here pretty soon. That's the Rockies right there. You can see this is the incline into the Rockies right here. The change in the color started out here, and it's going. The elevation of the mountains is climbing. That's the Rockies right there. Oh, really? So, are you college level? Oh, you're in the juniors, so I'm guessing you're college level. Studying to become a biologist. Cool. Well, it's been a pleasure having you on board today, Toll. So I tried to find you in the Kendo website. I can see your teammates, but I never did see you in there. But anyway, so yeah, it's a pleasure to have you on board. Oh, so you're not at university level yet, so you're like in high school level. Now, one thing I can say about flying the flight simulators and all in the few years that I've been doing this, whenever I get on a real flight now, I don't have any issues flying because I know exactly what's happening. Where before it's very tentative, you don't know what's going on when you get on an airplane. But now, I know what's going to happen, like when what the pilots are doing while we're sitting there waiting to take off, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Sometimes I'll tell the actual airline pilot that I know how to fly the 737. Puts a flight simulator. He goes, "Yeah, I play flight simulator too." So the real pilots do this as well. Yeah, it's not like that. The cops are cool. That's all baloney. I'll tell you something about the cops in a minute here. When you are in the States and you're, let's just say, driving around in a rental car and a police officer pulls you over, if you are respectful and you do what they want you to do, they treat you with respect. But the minute that you disrespect them and you don't treat them with respect and you don't what they do, they view that as a threat. And they treat you accordingly if you're a threat. So think about it logically. If you're a threat, they're going to treat you like a threat. If you comply with their wishes, which is what you're supposed to do legally, then there's no issues. Yeah, the movies are kind of screwy. The movies don't make sense. In my entire life, in all the times that I've been pulled over by police officers or cops, I've never had one single problem. Because what you do is you keep your hands on the steering wheel and you say, "Yes, sir. How can I help you, sir?" And I put a sticker on my car that says the name of my city and the police department I support the local police. So the police never give me a problem. All the kids are stupid. Well, there's some. But no, they're not all like that. It's like anywhere else. There's super smart kids and there's kids that just don't want to do anything. So we are definitely having issues after our last leader in terms of how the kids are educated, but that's changing pretty quickly. Don't always believe what you see on TV or the movies, Dole. It's not always like that. I mean, I have preconceived notions about how people in Europe think about Americans. Yeah, don't worry about your typos. Yeah, you know, we Americans sometimes think, what's it like in Europe, you know? And you know, everybody has a preconceived notion about what it's like somewhere else. I've heard that the French don't like Americans, but everybody who goes there that I know says it was great. I've also heard that, like I told you before, it's not safe to travel in Mexico because of the cartels. But I've been to the hotel zones in Cancun more times than I can count, and it's the best place I've ever been. Yeah, I don't know much about Europe. Like I said, it's, you know, you hear things. My best friend was just in Italy, and he said it was the best food that he's ever had. They went to a restaurant outside of Rome, and it was an expensive place, and he ordered a ribeye steak, and they came and he cooked it at his table exactly how he liked it, and said it was the most amazing meal he's ever had. He's been to a lot of 5-star, very expensive restaurants, and he had nothing but good things to say. So I don't know. And he was in England, and he thought England was amazing. And what you hear about England is there's lots of problems there right now, lots of unrest. But he thought it was amazing. So, you know, my conception of what Europe is like, it's a different political scene. I know Italy right now has a very conservative leader. Meloni, her name is Meloni, I think. Yeah, we have thin pizza here too. My wife won't eat anything except thin pizza, but yeah. So anyways, yeah, you know, Americans' concept of Europe is it. I don't know about other people. My concept of Europe is that it's probably a pretty cool place. I like to go to places with white sand beaches, though. guy coming into the Rockies right now, but we don't see him yet. A little bit high. So I'm guessing in Italy, they cook the pizzas in brick oven stoves, and they use fresh mozzarella and real tomatoes and real olive oil, and I'm guessing it's probably pretty amazing. Average American meal. 30,000 calories, huh? I don't know. I don't know what the calorie, I mean, average caloric intake to be healthy per day, I thought was around 2,000 calories. So, I don't know where 30,000 comes from, but my average caloric intake per day is about between 2,000 and 2,300, but I watch it because I have to keep track of that stuff. I don't know about 30,000 calories. That's an awful lot. If you eat all the bad stuff, you know, hamburgers with a milkshake, and then you go home and have a pizza and have another milkshake or a Coca-Cola or Pepsi, you know, soda, and then you put sugar in your coffee and do all the bad things, yeah, you could probably end up with that many calories, but that's not typical. Yeah. New York to Dallas. Okay, so by car, I've done the trip across the United States by car. From San Diego to New York, non-stop in a car was 52 hours. So that's more than 2 days. But that was non-stop with 3 guys driving one after the other. So San Diego to New York, 52 hours. Texas, I recently drove from LA to San Antonio, and it was 2 days worth of driving. Of course, we stopped at a hotel on the way. It was 20 hours, I think, total. 21 hours total, excluding the hotel. The U.S. is huge from one side to the other. But you can take one road or 2 roads all the way across. Actually, there's 3 or 4 roads that you can take all the way across, interstate highways. The 10, the 80, the 40, I think, and maybe the 60, or even the 8. So there may be 5 or 6 roads that go all the way across or intersect. But no, you can drive the United States. Most people do it leisurely, and it's like a 4-day trip, stopping in hotels. Oh yeah. Oh, still in Nebraska. I was freezing up on me. Hold on. Sorry about that. Having some frame issues here. Hold on. Little frame rate issues. Well, there we are. So we have 913 nautical miles to go. $22.32 ETA. So 2 hours left. Okay, so LA. What can I tell you about LA? LA's got some nice spots. It's got some very nice spots. Obviously, you know about them. World famous kind of stuff. There are areas of LA that are not so nice. The homeless population is huge. The governor of the state of California has not done his job. And I'm not going to get too political about it, but there's lots of homeless in Southern California. Huge population because it's a nice climate. So they like to come here from all over the country. It's a destination for the homeless. So there's that. But LA to sightsee around is pretty nice. You just have to put up with that stuff. There's lots of homeless people here. And it's unfortunate. And billions of dollars have been put aside for them, but the government has misspent the money. LA is cool. South of LA is Orange County and San Diego, and everywhere south of LA is really nice. Although there's homeless people all over the place. Where you wouldn't even expect them. I mean, I'm out in the desert, and there's a ton of homeless people out here. Saguaro. You mean saguaro cactus? There's a hotel in Palm Springs called the Saguaro. What's a saguaro? Hey Siri, what's a saguaro?
Here's some info about saguaro.
Oh, saguaro. Yeah, cactus tree. Cactus trees. We have cactus trees right here called Joshua trees. Look those up. There's a national park here not far from where I am called Joshua Tree National Monument. And that's a big deal around here. They're protected. Saguaro cactus. So coming into Colorado here, and you can see the circular irrigation. That's kind of cool. That's all from the water systems, how they sprinkle the fields with water. Well, I've never experienced a tornado, so I don't really know. They happen, but it's just like lightning. You know, lightning hits wherever lightning hits, and a tornado hits wherever a tornado hits. They can predict it. Wherever there's tornadoes, and it's usually in the central United States that happens the most. When there's tornadoes, they have warnings, and people go to shelters. Well, yeah, they're probably pretty scary. I haven't seen one in person. We have little tornadoes called dust devils out here in the desert. So in the desert, they have little whirlwinds called dust devils. I don't think it would be boring to see a tornado. It'd be pretty scary. So we haven't reached the peak of the Rockies yet. That's just kind of interesting. So where's Denver? Let's see. Coming into Colorado. Here's Utah. So Denver's going to be up here somewhere. Let's zoom in a little bit. That doesn't let you move it. So Denver's got to be here. Just outside of Denver. So Kendo seems like a little interesting, not a little, but an interesting thing to be involved in. A lot of commitment. It's pretty wild. A lot of discipline, a lot of respect. It's like a Japanese thing. There's always respect involved. Old school. Nice. Greeley where? Greeley, Colorado? I'm not sure where Greeley is. You know somebody in Greeley? Let's take a look on my iPad. Sorry, I don't know where Greeley is. I'm looking. And my AC system just went down. Well, no, we're, I don't know where Greeley is, sorry, but I was looking for Greeley. We're right outside of Akron, Denver. Wow, that's quite a flight plan. And you did that continuous? But it was in an F-18. So how long did that take? Probably at top speed, right? 600 plus knots. Oh, that was in a 767. Wow. That's a marathon. I'm going to have to try the 767. I haven't flown that yet. When you do your flight simulator, are your graphics this good or better? Yeah, I have issues with my frame rate if I include other aircraft, or I kind of fine-tuned it to get it to this point.
Denver Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er flight level 370.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er Denver Center radar contact. Continue.
Okay, no messages from ATC. That's good. I'm guessing these are the Rockies right here. That's where it gets steep, I guess. Let's zoom out. So, if it's the size of a 330, you had to be stopping to refuel. Yeah, Here's the Rockies right here.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Contact Denver Center on 125.905. Good day.
Toll, thanks for joining today. I appreciate your being on board. It's been a great conversation. I appreciate your being here. If you get the opportunity, please hit the like button as many times as you can. Share it. Follow me. Subscribe. That's even better.
4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Did you hear my last transmission?
Where's Denver? Denver's in the middle of Colorado.
125.9er 5 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Goodbye.
There's Denver right there, K-Den. We're in Denver airspace right now. Yes, you must have gassed up. You must have had to stop and gas up because you couldn't fly from Anchorage to Chile in a A330 unless you stopped and gassed up, fueled up. I always thought they should make a refueling plane for Flight Simulator. So if you're on a long haul, you could just call for a refueling plane and then fuel halfway. That would actually be pretty cool. You had the option to refuel, like on a military jet. Denver, the Mile High, they call it the Mile High City. 5,280 feet is the ground altitude, or thereabouts. Excuse me for one moment. I don't know, what is the ER-71? Oh, the SR-71. No, I haven't flown that yet, no. Be right back. Somebody at my door. Well, I'm glad I have a dog. He just told me there was a package at the front door. Something I've been waiting for. Good job, Bubby. I'll put the dog on the screen. Hold on. Sheesh. You're on TV, buddy. You're on camera. Yeah, he's a cool dog. He's my co-pilot. All right. I've been waiting for this. Drum drops. Wow, 3 parrots, cool. Drum drops. These are drum deadeners. You put them on your drums and it makes your drums quiet. Weighted. Interesting. I've been waiting for these. That's the big one. We got one more coming. Very cool. 3 parrots. I'd love to have a parrot, but I'm lucky that I'm allowed to have a dog. Let's test this. Give me 1 sec. Great American Dream. Yeah, it is now. Now that there's some positive things going on. The last 4 years this country was in bad shape due to its leadership. Hang on 1 sec. Okay, those are cool. That's going to work nicely. Drum drops. 60 grams. Weighted drum sound deadeners. Goodbye gel. Hello drops. The plane's on autopilot. There's nobody in the cockpit. It's a ghost plane. The interesting thing about the Boeings is you cannot open this door. Yeah, the Concorde, huh? But you gotta, I think you have to buy the Concorde. I like the aircraft mods that are like the high-end stuff that's got all the research done on it, like this one. The PMDG is really good stuff. I don't know about the Concorde. I haven't tried it, so I'll look into it. I've tried different mods like Inabuilds and fly-by-wire. I've got the fly-by-wire 777. I don't like the fly-by-wire as much as the PMDG. So certain mods, I just have to, you got to try and check them out and get them. If I have to pay for it, somebody's got to tell me it's really worth it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the Concorde is. I mean, if it's free or not in the marketplace, I'd have to take a look. I guess I could take a look. Hold on. Let's pause this. Let's pause it for a moment and take a look in the marketplace. No, I don't want to do that. If I do that, I'm going to lose the flight. So you can't go to the marketplace while you're flying. That's interesting. Save the flight nav. I tend to usually have problems when I do that. I'll just keep it going. I'll look into it later, though. I'll look into the Concorde. Is it difficult to fly? And does it have bugs? Well, my iPad says we're 694 nautical miles from our destination. So, top of descent is in about 600 miles. Let's see. That's not even showing me top of descent yet. Yeah, I'm guessing it's about 600 miles to go before we start descent. There's still another couple hours left in this flight. It said 2200, so that's about like another 2 hours. This was a long haul. Thanks for being on board for the whole thing, though. You missed the takeoff, but it's an uneventful flight. I'm just accumulating hours. I've got, I think, about 1,200 hours so far on Flight Simulator. How about you? Alright, so we just passed Denver Center. Now that mic is set really, really sensitive. Check, check. If you missed the beginning, you didn't miss much because there was all kinds of technical issues at the beginning of this flight today with audio. Well, we're not far from Arizona and Nevada, so we're coming in. That must be the Rockies. Alright, for those of you watching or not watching on YouTube and Twitch, Al B. Simmer on Twitch, AlBlock7267 on YouTube. YouTube's got a slightly better picture because you get the 1080 picture on it, so it's pretty nice. AlBlock7267. And thanks for watching. Please like, share, follow, and if possible, please subscribe. I don't have very many subscribers yet. I'm trying to get some. So I appreciate any help we can get. Glenwood Springs. I don't know any of these places, Joel, that you're talking about, but I'll look it up. Let's see. Glenwood Springs, Colorado. Siri, where's Glenwood Springs, Colorado? Yeah, actually, we're not far from Glenwood Springs, according to this map. I think we may have just overflown it a little while ago. Breckenridge, that's a big ski resort. Yeah, these are the Rockies here. Yeah, so Glenwood Springs is in here somewhere. Oh, thanks for subscribing, man. I appreciate it. If you can, please like and share. Share it with some other folks, because, man, I need the followers. So yeah, this is Breckenridge. That's a big ski resort. And that place you're talking about is right in here along the flight path. Probably right about here. It's not far from Denver. Yeah, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. Any help I can get is great. Very cool. So it's got to be well past 11 o'clock in Italy right now. Yes, indeed, we will be. I believe the next stop is Utah. I think we're going to... yeah, there we go. So, yeah, well, let's see what it's going to do. Yeah, we're going to cross into Utah, briefly through Arizona, briefly through Nevada. We'll probably fly right over Vegas. Vegas is right in here. St. George, Utah is right in here. Zion National Park is right in here. Arizona here. That's the Salton Sea. I'm right here. Pretty close to this. Right about in there. Middle of the desert. So yeah, that's our flight path. Utah, Arizona, through the corner of Nevada, and then down in. And we're getting close. Colorado, interesting route today. Colorado, Utah, that's Salt Lake. Then we have Wyoming and Montana. Wyoming here, that's Idaho. Wyoming, right, this is where Yellowstone is, right up in here. You drive up through Idaho, across like this, and it's right on the border of Wyoming and Montana. Yellowstone's cool. Getting pretty close to Utah. Let's check our descent checklist because we're going to get ready. We don't have to get ready yet, but we can do some of this now. That's already done. Automatic set landing date is already entered. Check the recall. Nothing on the recall. Washington and Oregon are cool. It's very gray, rainy, depressing. Lots of trees, lots of forests. Very cold. The Oregon coast, Washington coast is very cold. Pretty cold. Pacific Northwest is cold and rainy. But it's pretty. Liberal politically liberal. That's a cool shot. Little flex going on there. Yeah, the graphics are looking pretty good today. These long haul flights can be kind of boring. San Diego to La Paz. Well, how many miles is that, I guess? This was only supposed to be 4.5 hours. I'm sorry. I take that back. This was supposed to be 5 hours and 45 minutes. So I guess that's San Diego to La Paz. That's got to be close to 3,000 plus miles. Hey Siri, how far is it from San Diego to La Paz, Mexico? Well, it says it's 1,142 miles from San Diego to La Paz. So I'm not sure why it would take 5 hours. That's interesting. Were you flying at 37,000 feet? Because that makes it, that affects it. If you're flying lower, it's slower. I'll have to do that. I'll do that flight. I'll set it up for one of my runs. Will the airport in La Paz accept a 777, or is it a 737 I should use? That's the airport in Cabo San Lucas, so I'm not sure if that'll take a big jet. What's the name of that airport, you know? Hey Siri, what's the name of the international airport in Cabo?
Which one?
The airport in Cabo San Lucas.
Great. I can call that location or get directions to it. What would you like me to do?
Hey Siri, just give me the name of the airport in Cabo San Lucas.
Okay, here's what I found.
Didn't find anything. Aeropuerto Internacional de Cabo. Aeropuerto Internacional de Cabo. 7 hours. That's got to be in. That's got to be in like a small plane, like a DA or a Cessna, or an ATR maybe, or a Dash. 7 hours. I don't think it would take 7 hours to go from San Diego to there. It's only 1,140 miles nautical. Well, yeah, the Gulf is pretty big, but it's still only 1,200 miles. So if you look at the map, well, here's the map. I won't let me show it, but okay, let me zoom out. Here's the Gulf of California. Here's San Diego. There's Cabo. So that's only about this far. Right? About that far. So it shouldn't take anything longer than an hour and a half to 2 hours. It's probably the same distance from here to here as it is from here to Seattle, which is roughly 2 hours, 2.5 hour flight. I just flew from Seattle to Orange County and it was about 2.5 hours. Flew first class. Well, if folks are hanging on for the landing, it'll be coming up in a little bit here. We'll be coming into LAX, runway 25 right. Yeah, Cuba's cool, and that's right near Cancun. Cuba's only 120 miles off of the coast of Cancun. That's a pretty cool area. I love the Caribbean. I'll go there whenever I can. I haven't been to Cuba, but Cancun is awesome. Look up Isla Mujeres. Isla, I-S-L-A, Mujeres, M-U-J-A-R-E-S. And when you look up Playa Norte. Playa Norte is the North Beach. Is the most amazing beach in the world. Crystal clear turquoise blue waters. You can walk out waist deep for about a mile. And the water is just like a bath. Isla Mujeres. Amazing place. Look it up when you get a chance. I've been there 4 or 5 times. I don't care what they say, I love Mexico. Alright, coming into Utah. And I think we said descent is at Smash, right after Shatner. Let's check some stuff out. I haven't even looked lately. Our speed is 829, so right on the money. At 37,000, that's all good. So everything's going nice and smooth. Heading is 241 though, so a little left. I'm going to leave it on autopilot for 30 seconds. Greatest drink in the world. Sparkling ice. Zero sugar. Raspberry lemonade. It's bubbly. Bubbly water. Mexico to Cuba. I have not landed in Cuba. I have flown from Cancun though. And I've flown past Cuba on the way to Miami and back and forth from Miami to Cancun. And you go right off the coast of Cuba when you do that. Once again, folks, welcome on board. Haven't done that. Haven't done Scandinavia. I'll have to check it out. I have done Switzerland and Lake Como. I've done some glider there at Como. Welcome on board. Flight ALB 4409, direct from John F. Kennedy International Airport, Flushing Meadows, New York, to KLAX, Los Angeles International. The weather in Los Angeles today is about a pleasant 78 degrees, maybe 82 out here in the desert. A little cooler on the coast. Bring your flip-flops and your shorts. Make sure to stay out of Compton and Inglewood. And be sure to visit Disneyland if you want to lose all your money. If you happen to be in the Palm Springs area while you're visiting Los Angeles today, make sure to bring your windbreaker because the winds are gusting at about 20 to 25 knots with severe dust and sand alerts. So the air quality index is a crazy 78. Make sure to wear a mask. You can hear it in my voice, it's horrible. Scandinavian routes, I'll have to try that toll. I haven't done it other than Switzerland. I think I did Heathrow EGLL to Geneva, not Norway or Finland. I'll try that. Oh, wait a minute, I think I did land at the one in Norway at night in the snow. What's the name of that airport? And the Netherlands, that's cool too. That's a cool airport. What river is under us? Let's see. That is the Snake River, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Utah. Probably the Snake. And it is like a snake. See how close I can get. Oh, it's not telling us what it is, but I'm pretty sure that's the Snake. It looks like a snake. Green? The Green River? I don't know. Good question, though. How far we are off the autopilot route. Maybe it's not the Snake. Snake, I think, goes through St. George. I'll look it up. That, my friend, is the Green River. That's what it was. Which, by the way, feeds into Lake Powell in Vegas. That's interesting. I didn't know that. The Green River. Utah. Salt Lake City that way. Oh, locked it up again. Oh, frame rate issue. I locked up that thing really good. Yeah, it is. I mean, you're in the Southwest now. You're in the desert Southwest, so everything looks different. When you go from the Rockies down into Utah, you're in the Southwest. And they call it the desert Southwest. The only thing that's green here is what's planted by man or up in the mountains. The mountains have nice alpine levels and stuff, but pretty much everything else is man-made. It's kind of like Arabia. Once again, welcome on board. Hope you've enjoyed your stay. We'll be coming into the Los Angeles metro area shortly. We might be flying directly over Las Vegas and Lake Powell. I'm sorry. Yep. Lake Powell and the Grand Canyon. I think we're going to fly over that. Don't quote me. Yeah, we may fly over Hoover Dam. That's the Lake Powell complex right there in Hoover Dam. Vegas is right there, so we're going to be flying pretty close to Vegas. Might get to see downtown Vegas from one of the windows. Welcome, Eagle, to the flight. Coming to us from Belgium. Thanks for being on board. Appreciate all the people coming in. This is a good day. I have a few followers coming in today. Please like, share, follow, and subscribe. Subscribe if possible, please. Eagle, 11:20 p.m. over there in Belgium. Wow. Same in Italy. Tolls in Italy. Thanks for being on board, folks. Yeah, we may be flying right over Hoover Dam and Las Vegas. And I think we may see part of the Grand Canyon, because Lake Powell is part of the Grand Canyon complex. So we're kind of headed that way right there. Kind of on the way in that general direction. We may be able to see it from the outside when we get close. This is southeastern Utah. Salt Lake is up this way. That's where the U.S. ski team practices. Thanks for being on board, Eagle. This flight was from John F. Kennedy, JFK in New York. Destination KLAX. And I sure hope I can land this thing. It's a 777ER PMDG mod. Landing the Boeings are a little tricky for me. I'm really more used to the Airbus, but the deal here is you got to manage the descent level. Well, nice. Folk coming into the chat from Belgium, Italy. So I'm assuming, Eagle, you're on Twitch as well. So you're either on Twitch or YouTube. My YouTube channel is AlBlock7267 on YouTube. Twitch is AlB Simmer, ALB Simmer, one word. You know you're in there. Very cool. Nice to have people in the chat here today. Feel free to ask questions. If you guys, anybody who comes in, if you want to schedule flights, or you want a particular flight at a particular time, if you're a subscriber or a follower, you can leave me a message, in the chat. You'd like to fly from here to there, and give me a time and a date, and I'll try to make that happen. Well, please subscribe and follow if you can. Thanks, Toll, for doing that. Appreciate it. All of you who's out there on YouTube, though, appreciate it. I do this for fun. I'm not looking for anything except to have people join and enjoy this. This is a long haul, so there's not a lot to go on the long haul except chatting, which Toll and I have been doing for quite a while here today. So, when you're on these big long hauls, it's either go to sleep, watch TV, or hope somebody pops into the chat room. What's the weather like in Belgium today? It's cool that I can zoom in and out while I'm in the OBS screen. I didn't know that I could do that. Can't pan though. Only zoom in and out. Wow. Okay, cool. OBS never fails to amaze me. Alright, currently at 37,000 feet. Oh, okay, yeah, no, we set the descent altitude already, so we're okay. We're at 37,000. Looks like we're coming into the final patterns here. There's our approach patterns coming up shortly. Let's see where we are. 829 Mach. Albie is random. Albie's my name, buddy. Albie, I go by Albie. So everything I've got is Albie. My flight number is ALB 4409. I'm Albie Simmer. I'm not in Albania. I'm in the desert southwest, east of Los Angeles. Technically about 20 miles east of Palm Springs in the desert. And it's Fahrenheit here. It's about 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So I don't know. I guess that's close to 20 Celsius. I'm not sure what the Fahrenheit conversion is. It's about 2:30 in the afternoon in California, USA. So this is a flight from John F. Kennedy, JFK to KLAX, Los Angeles. Let's zoom in on that, Joel, see where we're at. Yeah, no, it's on my origin, but so I'm checking things out. I didn't see your chat real quick. Wow, 25. What is 25 in Fahrenheit, though? That was pretty cool here today because it's very windy. What happens here is that it gets very cloudy on the coast, and then that fog, which is low pressure, forces wind through these two mountains that lead to the desert. There's a valley called the Whitewater Pass, and then the wind pushes through there. That's where all the windmills are. And that wind blows into the desert here pretty fast, and it cools things off. But it makes the things very sandy and dusty. 80 Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's about where we are today. However, the last 3 or 4 days, it was 104 to 106 Fahrenheit here. So very hot. My pool was 90 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not good with the conversions. All right, so let's see where we're at. Two places I've never been, Belgium and Italy. I sure would like to go, though. Okay, 272 nautical miles to top of descent. So we're getting fairly close. We are pretty well set up. I'll go in here and we'll double check our landing performance for LA. We're going to be shooting for 25 right. Weather still the same. Oh, it changed, 3003, so we'll change that on the altimeter. Let's get that changed right now. It'll probably change before we land again. Now, if you guys are watching our flight simmers, Toll, see you later. Thanks for joining, and please join again. I appreciate your being here. Eagle, thanks for joining in too. I appreciate it. Please follow. Appreciate you guys being here. Take care. Like, share, and follow if possible. Al B. Simmer on Twitch. AlBlock7267 on YouTube. Join me again, please. That was very cool having some folks in from Europe today on the flight. Very cool. Oh, Toll, you're still there. Actually, we're going to be landing not too long. If you hang on, we're going to be landing. But yeah, I think we're in Utah still. Utah crosses over into Nevada pretty quickly. Let's have a look. I'll tell you in a minute. Yeah, no, we're still in Utah. We'll be coming into Vegas here not too long. And then it's a quick descent. Yeah, it's getting late for you. It's probably going to be about another 45 minutes to an hour. Well, it's 22. Yeah, it's about an hour. So 22:30 is our estimated ETA. Let's have a look here. Yeah, no, if you have to go, that's okay. But anyways, appreciate your being here. I really do. Apart from my music, this is all I do. So let's see here. ETA 22:30. And yeah, that's an hour. That's an hour. If you feel like staying, great. If not, I understand. We're already set up for our first descent level, 24,240. There it is, at Gleason. So as soon as I get to top of descent, that's where we're going to be shooting for. I'm going to try to make this smooth. I don't know. You have to kind of follow this in the Boeings. Your next altitude. And if I'm descending and you know something I don't know, please feel free to tell me because I'm not above hearing input. Can I simulate a wind shear? I generally don't do that. I don't know how to do it, to be honest with you. And if I did, most of the time I take it in on autopilot as far as I can possibly go. Just because I'm not used to this plane yet. If I simulate wind shear, I'll blow it. I'll lose control. Because I am not that good. It'll be interesting to try though. As I get better, I'll try that. How do you do that anyway? Is it in the setup? Mr. Polite, I didn't even notice you. Welcome. I thought you were one of the other guys. I'm sorry. Welcome aboard. So what do? After Togo, okay, so you Togo. Yeah, I haven't tried it. So I'm not sure exactly how to do this in Sim in 2020. But I'll look it up. Thanks for joining anyways. I appreciate your being here. Today's a good day for the flight. And I'll bring you up to speed. Toll's been on board. We had a fellow from Belgium, a couple others. But basically, thanks for being on board. This is JFK, New York to LAX. And Flight Sim 2020. This is PMDG 777ER. Not a real-world pilot. This is really only my 4th or 5th flight in the 777. I normally fly the 737-8 or the Phoenix A320. So I'm not totally used to the descent process, so we're going to be muddling through that and hopefully not blow it. If I blow it, I'll be ending the flight because I'm not going to do a go-around. Hopefully I won't blow it. But we're getting pretty close to top of descent here. Thanks for joining in on Twitch, I'm guessing. So, Albie Simmer on Twitch. Yeah, we got 200 miles to top of descent. That should go pretty quick. Toll, thanks for sticking by. I appreciate it. I appreciate your following too. If anybody on board here today, please like, share, and follow. Please, I appreciate it. I'm trying to build up the following here. It's been a long time since I had anybody on board. I just randomly came on and streamed today. So this is normally about 10 o'clock to noon Pacific time in the U.S., which I know is late for you guys if you're over there in Europe. Mr. Polite, where are you located? Yeah, I haven't done X-Plane. I gotta check that out. I've been on Flight Sim 2020 for a couple of years now. I don't like 2024. I have it, but I don't like it. Yeah, I hate to be a pain in the neck about the like, share, and follow stuff. I'm really more interested in subscribes. I'll tell you what I normally do is I do cold and darks on whatever aircraft I'm in, so I'll figure it out for a couple of days before I do one. Oh, Toronto, cool. So, you're aware of Flight Streamer. He's a big Canada streamer. One of my heroes. Welcome aboard. I'm glad you're here. Like I was telling the other guys today, feel free, if you want to schedule flights, or if you want me to fly someplace in particular and you're subscribed and you let me know, I'm happy to set up flights. I'm assuming you're a simmer also. So you're 3 hours time difference from me, so you are about 5:41, 5:42 in the evening. North of New York. So you watch him. That's funny. I like him though. He's given me a lot of good advice. I like the guy. He's a character. Actually, a lot of the stuff that when I was getting stuck in the beginning, he helped me out quite a bit. Yeah, he's a moron. Well, I'm not much smarter than he is, trust me. Right. I still don't know totally what I'm doing. I'll be the first one to admit it, okay? Yeah, every now and then I still ask him stuff on his Discord. And then he's got that other guy too, who's the air traffic official that's always on his stream. I forget the guy's name, Carl or something like that. That's funny though that you watch them. That's pretty cool. Okay, I lost my mousey there for a minute. There we go. Is that his name? It's Carl, right? He's the NTSB guy. Was always online with him. Oh, well, thanks for. If you know him that well, then I'm honored that you're here. Because trust me, I'm not that good. Like I said, this is only like my third or fourth flight in the 777, so I think anything could go wrong, and probably will. Oh, so you literally live next door to him. Okay, so you know the guy. He helped me out a lot, man. In the beginning, I was doing fly-by-wire, and I couldn't even get the damn thing off the ground. And he kind of worked me through it very patiently. You know, so I've only got 1,400 hours in, so I'm not that experienced. I have issues with the segments of the managed descent of the Boeings. Okay, I'll write it down. I'll message him. Cool that you know who I'm talking about. Anyways, thanks for joining today. So I'm on here and I'm on YouTube as well. All right, what are you watching on YouTube or Twitch? I won't tell him that. He doesn't seem like that, man. He's always been pretty cool to me. I don't know. But in person, who knows, right? He seems like he's genuinely appreciable of the people that, join him online and stuff. Oh, is he online right now? Did I subscribe to him? Yeah, I subscribed. Yeah. I subscribe to his channel. He knows me when I come on. Oh, it says Al's here, Hey, it's a small group of simmers out there, man. We gotta be cool, No, I don't pay him. I'm not looking for that either. I'm just looking for followers. I don't care about that other stuff. I prefer just to have people in the chat. It doesn't matter to me. I do it for fun. I'm retired and I got enough money where it doesn't matter. Yeah, no. I never paid him for... When you subscribe, you don't pay. I didn't do the pay subscription. Or do you? Let's see where the hell we are. We must be getting close. Yeah, we're getting close. No. I didn't subscribe on Twitch with him. I was a Facebook follower with him. And then when he went over to YouTube, I stopped following him so much because, you know, I was a Facebooker. And when I see his posts on Facebook, which don't come in that much anymore, that's when I go watch them sometimes. And I don't think I paid him anything for the subscription. I don't think you have to pay to subscribe. If you're on Twitch, do you have to pay to subscribe? I don't care about that. Just like and follow, man. Like, follow, and share. That's all I care about. I don't care about that. I like that if you subscribe, but I don't know the technicalities of that stuff. I've been too wrapped up in trying to fly the damn things. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, if you could subscribe on YouTube, that's cool. Do what you can. I don't care. So let's see if we don't botch this landing today. Now there's pressure on me, okay? So I'm not used to this pressure. Getting ready to descend. I'm still trying to figure out the 777, so if you know something, tell me. And I mean that. I'm set up for the first altitude check on the MCP. So I'm set up for 240. And ILS will be at 1900 at fog in LA. Okay, the outer marker, okay. Oops. So 3,700. Or the outer marker of the ILS. You want, just go to 1900. Yeah, 1900. Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, okay. So all you got to do is set it for the ILS then. I was wondering about that. Yeah, but where do you arm locator? Where do you arm that localizer? like right after you take entry into ILS. Yeah, the radio is already set. It's automatic in the 777. Heading is already automatic too. So, okay. I'm stupid. It's already entered for on this one, so it needs to be on VOR as well. I think it is automatically. 111.10. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, they're automatically entered. So it's just a matter of activating the localizer first. Got it. Okay. I usually don't even use the localizer. I usually just use the ILS and find my way in somehow. We'll try it. I'll give it a try. See where we at. It's getting close. Oh shit. Oops, sorry, hit the wrong button there. Glad I didn't hit stop streaming. Yeah, I screw things up a lot. I'm technically challenged. So let's see, we're 113 miles out. Alright, so we're set to top of ILS. Haven't had too many issues managing speed. We'll see how that goes. Alright, where the hell are we? We're somewhere over Vegas. Over Nevada. I set my fixed ring at 100 out, I believe. There's top of descent right there. Yeah, Mr. Polite, just a quick FYI disclaimer. Technically, I am a rookie, okay? So, you know, I muddle through this stuff, but I always seem to land it pretty decently. I don't claim to be a pilot, okay? I appreciate your being on board. As we get close, just tell me which buttons to push, and I'll do it that way, and then I'll do it that way from now on for the rest of my life. I kind of know what to hit and when. So you hit the localizer button when you're at the top of ILS. Or do you do it before? Oh, it captures the ILS. Okay, cool. I thought just, okay. I'm thinking Airbus. Aha. So autopilot descends you right to it. Localizer captures it, and then you hit approach when you get your altitude. Yeah, right. That's what I experienced. So that's consistent. I mean, I've done it 1,000 times, but if somehow I haven't always used the localizer though. That's only recently. And somehow I always found ILS. Yeah. Yep. Right, and I was always told to keep the headings close to where you are. Keep the heading knob dialed in. Right. Okay, man, I'm feeling the pressure. I'm feeling the pressure.
Los Angeles Center, ALB 4409 Alpha Lima.
Yeah,
Bravo,
I'm not on
440
that, Sid.
Flight level 370.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 Los Angeles.
You're landing and watching my stream at the same time. Okay, that's pretty good. You're multi-talented, dude. You function on your right and your left brain. Where you landing? Oh, in CLT. Okay, so you're landing in Toronto. Very cool. I appreciate your being on board, and thanks for whatever little tidbits you give me, because, you know, like I said, I only have 1,400 hours, so I muddle through it all. A Zibo 737, huh? Better than the PMDG?
Good day.
Going to 124.625 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Los Angeles Center, ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, flight level 370.
ALB 4409
I'll check it out.
Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 Los Angeles Center radar contact. Continue.
Yeah, so Mr. Polite, I should just call you MP. So what I do, you probably don't like that. Sometimes what I do on these streams when it's a long haul is I get on my instruments back there and I jam. I do music on here as well. It's a weird stream. You can see it back there. But this is a recording studio. Oh, X-Plane only. Richard, thanks, Richard. Al here. Al B. Toll, if you're still out there, thanks for joining, Toll. Toll was with me for a good portion of the flight today. Alrighty. Well, it's good to know is you set it to the top of the ILS instead of searching for these guys. I thought you had to wait for one of these to turn magenta and then you grab that one and then manage it on the MCP all the way down. But I have done that top of ILS outer point before. Okay. Check our lights. Once again, thanks to everybody who's joined today. I really do appreciate it. Appreciate anybody that's given input as well. I like that. Like the chat. That's why I'm here. I'm here for that. I'm not here for much else. I could still blow this badly, so be prepared for that. I've done it before. Boy, this has taken a long time to get to that TD. Good thing you weren't at the beginning of this flight, Richard, because I was having all kinds of audio issues. And OBS was freaking out. There's the San Gabriels right there. About this approach. Good, it's a straight in. X-Plane. Zevo 737, only available on X-Plane, okay. Yeah, I have the fly-by-wire 777. Is it 777? Yeah, I don't like the fly-by-wire.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, contact Los Angeles Center on 128.15.
Leave me alone, will
Good
ya?
day.
Why?
128.15 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Goodbye. Los Angeles Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, flight level 370.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, Los Angeles Center radar contact. Continue.
Okay, great, thank you. Alright, we're close. Let's check the altimeter settings here. What? Oh. .3002. Alright, we're still good. Still good. Coming right up. Nine Milos. Yeah, once again, I'd like to take a moment to thank everybody who joined today. It was wonderful for me today, flying, just having people pop into the chat, because that's really why I'm here. Appreciate it if you follow, subscribe if you can, like, share it if you can. I keep it light. I'm not an expert. I do take tips. I appreciate them, especially if you're a simmer with any experience. I do not know it all, nor do I profess to, and I try to keep it fun. So thanks again for joining. It's Albie Simmer on Twitch. Albie is my kind of my initials. Somebody asked me from Europe today if I was from Albania, because my name was Albie Simmer. Not from Albania. I'm from the Palm Springs area in California, in the middle of the damn desert. And Alblock7267 on YouTube. No longer on Facebook. Feel free to request flights. If you subscribe or message me or whatever, I'll know. I'll set up a flight. All right, we are in descent. Right on the profile. Speed good. Oh, we're looking for 200 by Sally. Looking pretty smooth so far. I better not jinx it. I don't know, 17 miles to make 200. I don't know. Oh, 280. Yeah, we'll make that.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, contact Los Angeles Center on 132.5. Good day.
132.5 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Goodbye. Los Angeles Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, flight level 315.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, Los Angeles Center radar contact, continue. ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, contact Los Angeles Center on 126.35. Good day.
126.35 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Goodbye. Los Angeles Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, flight level 305.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, Los Angeles Center radar contact, continue.
Little slow. Oh, still on profile. It's flew over my house. I didn't even know it. Alright, it's all downhill from here. $255 is about right. Can we get to 24,007 miles? I think so. Great day on the stream today. Very nice to have people come in. I appreciate it. Better hurry up to get to that 240. I might make it. Gonna be close. A little high. Yeah, it's Big Bear Lake. Yep. Big Bear City. Got right over it. Hi, 190 by Angelina. We are tracking nicely. Don't watch closely, Rich. I may take it in on Autoland all the way. Toll, if you're still with us, thanks for watching tonight. Appreciate you being out there from Italy. And we had some folks from Belgium. Eagles up. Eagles up from Belgium. Thank you. All right, here we go. We are coming in on Con. Speed still good. Don't need to interfere at this point. One 70 by Con. Okay, still looking good. That's Ontario, I think. I think that's Ontario. Could be San Bernardino. Interesting, there's a bot in the chat room. Alright. 14,000 by border. Three miles to 140. Then surface at 120. Right on profile. Speed's good. Should have a decel here shortly. I think it's right there. Looking good. Three miles to get to 120. Dog knows it's time for him to eat, right as I'm landing.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Contact Los Angeles Center on 132.85. Good day.
Oh hell, I forgot to drop the standard.
132.85 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Goodbye. Los Angeles Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er 11,500 feet.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er Los Angeles Center altimeter 29.97 radar contact continue. ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er contact SoCal approach on 134.0. Good day.
Going to 134.0 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
Okay, folks, we're on Finally, thanks for enjoying. Hope you enjoy your stay in Los Angeles. Watch out for the hypodermic needles as you walk. Watch where you step. Do not take any invitations to timeshares. And feel free to extinguish your cigarettes at any time. Coming up on short final. Flaps full. Runway 25 right in sight. As we fly over Inglewood. Can't see SoFi from here.
Traffic. Traffic.
Now there's traffic. We are right on the ball. Bappies look good.
Approaching minimums. Minimums. $100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Los Angeles ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er request taxi to parking.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway Bravo 6 Bravo Charlie 4 Charlie.
Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Bravo 6 Bravo Charlie 4 Charlie ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
right, no Marshall. Oh, there's one. There he is. He's hiding. Close to goddamn enough. Thanks, Rich. That worked out pretty well. Whoa. Why am I still rolling? I put the brakes on, but I was still rolling. That's not good. Actually, just a hair over the line. Okay. Alright, so we want door number 2. What's behind door number 2? Alright, we have successfully arrived at LAX after a 4.5, 5-hour flight. Great flight today. Thanks to all the people that joined in. I really appreciate it. Mr. Polite, Richard, thanks for all your help. And I was pretty much on that same line of thought anyway, but I appreciate your telling me that, because that's how I'm going to approach it in the future. So great advice. Toll, thanks for joining us from Italy, and the other gentleman from Belgium, and whoever else was on YouTube today. Thanks everybody for joining in. Thanks for all the likes, the shares, the follows, all that stuff. Subscribe if you possibly can. Richard, that was great having you on board. Feel free to join me anytime. Subscribe if you can on YouTube. You don't have to pay for it on Twitch. I would never expect you to do that unless you want to. I don't know how that worked because I never really delved into it. So, but feel free to like and follow anytime so that you're aware when I'm flying. Fun talking to you. It was great banter. And I will always acknowledge your presence. Great flight again, JFK to LAX, aboard the PMDG 777ER. Very smooth. No issues. Cold and dark start. Fun times. Appreciate all of that. So let's go ahead and shut down some stuff. I'm not going to go through the big deboard process today. We're just going to go through a quick start, shut down, and get out. And it is time to feed my dog. Okay, once again, folks, thanks for joining. Al B. Simmer here on Twitch, AlBlock7267 on YouTube. Fun flight today. I'm starting to enjoy the 777. And again, thanks, Richard, for your assist on the ILS approach parameters. I wasn't quite doing it like that. I was doing it a little bit differently. But that worked out great, so appreciate that. And we're not going to jump to 2024 today because, God, I hate 2024. God, I hate it. And hope you all have a wonderful evening. Join me again. Peace out from the desert. And have more fun than you're supposed to.